I have always believed that the loudest sound in football is not the roar of the crowd. It is what comes after. It is the moment when the final whistle cuts through the air and the world returns to silence. Not a peaceful silence, but an unsettling one. A silence that leaves you alone with the truth you spent an entire game trying to outrun. Every coach knows that silence. It arrives like an unwelcome visitor, settling over the field long after the players have walked off and the stadium lights begin to fade into the night. It is the kind of silence that forces you to confront the things you thought you saw and the things you missed entirely. Long before the era of film study, that silence carried a different weight. It carried uncertainty. It carried fear. It carried the dawning understanding that a coach could be wrong without ever knowing why. There was a time in this sport when every decision came from instinct alone, and those instincts were often tested by forces no one could properly measure. The eyes of a coach were once the only tool available, and those eyes were often overwhelmed by a game that moved faster than any human mind could process in real time. Every snap was a storm of bodies and noise. Every collision erased a little more clarity. Every play left behind a trail of questions that no one could answer. I think about those early coaches often. Men who stood on the sideline convinced they understood what had just unfolded, only to discover later that they had been wrong about everything. A run they swore had bounced outside had actually cut back inside. A defender they thought had blown an assignment had actually saved the play. A block they believed was missed had never been possible in the first place. They coached through guesswork and memory, two things that were never meant to carry the burden of a professional sport that changes shape in the space of a heartbeat. There were seasons when that blindness broke careers. I have heard stories of coordinators who believed they were being undermined by their own players because they could not truly see the field the way the players experienced it. I have listened to the quiet confessions of head coaches who admitted that they spent entire weeks building strategies based on illusions. They trusted what they thought they witnessed in the heat of the moment, only to realize later that their understanding had been built on shadows and assumptions. I remember one coach telling me that before film existed, he would walk into the locker room after a loss feeling like he had entered a courtroom without evidence. He had theories, but no proof. He had memories, but no truth. He had a vision of how the game had played out, but that vision had already begun to rewrite itself in his mind. Every conversation with a player was a negotiation between what he believed and what the player insisted had happened. He said it felt like coaching inside a fog that refused to lift. He could feel the game slipping away from him year after year, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. That is the part of the story people rarely remember. We talk about players who lost a step, players whose bodies betrayed them, players who woke up one morning and realized the league had passed them by. But we seldom talk about the coaches who experienced the same quiet downfall long before the age of cameras. There was a final season for them too. A season when their instincts, once sharp and reliable, no longer kept pace with the evolution of the game. A season when they looked out onto the field and felt something they had never felt before. Doubt. I have always been haunted by the idea that many of these men never knew when their final season had begun. They entered it unaware, believing they could still track the angles and patterns of a sport becoming more complex every year. They believed they understood the truth of what unfolded in front of them because belief was all they had. Some of them blamed their players. Some blamed their assistants. Some blamed themselves. But the real enemy was the unknown. The real threat was the information they never had access to. They were fighting battles in the dark, unaware that the darkness itself was the thing defeating them. Before film study became the language of football, knowledge was a fragile thing. It lived only in the memories of men who had witnessed chaos at full speed. It faded quickly. It cracked under pressure. It often shifted into something unrecognizable. Coaches would stay awake through the night, replaying moments in their minds, trying to piece together fragments of a game that refused to reveal its full shape. they would picture a lineman stepping the wrong direction, only to question that memory the next morning. They would swear a receiver ran the wrong route, only to hear later that the defender had forced him off his mark. There was no way to verify anything, no way to rewind the truth, no way to catch the details that determined everything. They lived in a world where certainty was a luxury they never had. I think about the fear that must have lived inside them. Not the fear of losing a game, not the fear of making the wrong call. A deeper fear. The fear of being blind without knowing it. The fear of leading men into battle using instincts that had quietly expired. The fear of speaking with authority on something they might have misunderstood entirely. That is the part people cannot fully grasp now. Football was not simply harder in its early decades. It was more mysterious, more unpredictable, more dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with physical harm. The danger was in the absence of truth, and yet those coaches kept going. They walked onto the field again and again, determined to bend the game to their will using nothing but their eyes and their experience. Some succeeded through sheer brilliance. Others failed through no fault of their own. All of them carried the weight of the unknown in a way that modern coaches will never fully understand. Before film, every game was a test of memory against reality, and memory almost always lost. I sometimes wonder what the sport took from those men. How many careers were shortened, not by incompetence, but by ignorance they could not escape? How many reputations were damaged because the truth remained hidden? How many brilliant ideas died before they ever had the chance to be proven right? The birth of film study changed all of that. It brought light into a world that had existed too long in the dark. But before that shift, there was a period of uncertainty that shaped the very soul of coaching. A period defined by silence, confusion, and the realization that even the sharpest mind can falter when it is forced to navigate a world it cannot fully see. That silence after the final whistle is still with me. It carries the memories of the men who coached without the luxury of absolute truth. It carries the weight of their final seasons, the moments when they understood the game had outrun their instincts. It carries the haunting question that lingers at the heart of this documentary. What happens to a coach when the truth becomes invisible? What happens when the game evolves faster than the human eye can follow? And how many futures were altered because no one could see what truly unfolded beneath the lights? There is a moment in every sport when the past can no longer explain the present. A moment when the instincts that once shaped entire eras become relics. When the game grows beyond the reach of memory and feel, and the old ways fall apart without warning. For football, that moment began long before the world realized it. It began in the years when the sport was growing faster than the minds trying to understand it. It began the first time a coach stared across a field, saw a play collapse in real time, and understood that he had no idea why it had happened. As the decades unfolded, the speed of the game changed with breathtaking force. The athletes became stronger. The strategies became more layered. The collisions became more violent. The field became a world inside a world. What once looked simple became so complex that even the best minds could no longer track everything by sight alone. There were times when the sport felt like it was racing ahead and dragging the coaches behind it. There were seasons when every snap felt like a riddle that could not be solved. The truth is that football was outgrowing the human mind long before anyone admitted it. The earliest coaches believed the game belonged to instinct. They trusted their eyes. They trusted their memory. They trusted that years of experience would guide them through the confusion. That belief worked for a while. But by the late 1920s and early 1930s, the game no longer resembled the version they had once mastered. Formations multiplied. Assignments changed. Defenses shifted just before the snap. Offenses disguised intentions in ways no one had seen before. The sport was becoming faster than thought. That transformation created a crisis no one could articulate at the time because no one fully understood what they were losing. The rise of film study was not the result of a grand plan. It was not introduced through a scientific breakthrough or an organized movement. It emerged slowly, almost by accident, carried forward by curiosity, desperation, and the quiet fear that coaches were losing control. The first time a coach watched footage of a game, it happened because a local theater had recorded a few plays for entertainment. Someone preserved that film out of novelty rather than purpose. Yet in that moment, a door opened to a future that none of those men were ready for. The idea that the truth of the game could be captured and studied would change the sport forever. In the earliest years, the birth of film study was far from smooth. It was met with doubt and resistance. Some coaches believed that watching film would weaken their instincts. Some feared that the camera exposed mistakes they had spent entire careers hiding behind authority. Others dismissed the idea entirely, insisting that football should be understood on the field, not on a screen. Players were equally skeptical. Many felt insulted. They believed a coach who needed film did not trust them. They believed the camera was a threat rather than a tool. A few even refused to watch film at all, convinced that their experience was all they needed. Despite the resistance, a quiet revolution was taking place. Assistants who had once been used only for simple tasks became the first true analysts. Equipment managers who operated projectors on the side became essential figures in the new world of football. Some of the earliest film used in training was blurry, unstable, and almost impossible to interpret. But it showed something the human eye had never fully captured. It showed the truth. It revealed errors no one had noticed. It exposed patterns that had been invisible to the coaches standing on the sideline. It gave clarity to a sport that had lived for too long in confusion. There were stories of old coaches who felt betrayed by what the camera revealed. One coach swore that a running back had ignored the designed lane, only to discover that the defender had cut off the path before the back even planted his foot. Another believed a linebacker had missed a crucial tackle, only to learn that the lineman in front of him had been shoved into his legs. These men had built careers on certainty, but the film showed them how uncertain their understanding truly was. Some accepted the truth and adapted. Others could not bear it. A few retired early because the camera stole the confidence that had once defined them. As film found its place within the sport, it reshaped everything it touched. It transformed football from a game driven by instinct into a sport defined by intellectual mastery. The camera revealed tendencies in opponents that had once taken years to understand. It allowed coaches to prepare players with a level of detail that had never existed. It created new roles, new responsibilities, new expectations. Entire game plans were now built on hours of study, pattern recognition, and analytical precision. The sport that had once rewarded intuition now demanded preparation at a level that seemed almost academic. The pioneers of film study were not always the men who received credit for shaping the modern game. Some were assistants who spent long nights threading film through projectors until the reels burned their fingers. Others were volunteers who learned to splice footage together using equipment designed for newsreels rather than sports. A few were players who secretly filmed opponents from the stands when their coaches refused to embrace the new method. They did not see themselves as innovators. Many of them believed they were simply filling a gap. Yet they were creating the foundation of every strategy used in the sport today. There were cultural battles during this transition. Some organizations resisted film because they feared the cost. Some believed the camera would strain relationships between players and staff. Some thought it distracted from the soul of the game. Others worried that overanalysis would make football robotic. But the truth continued to reveal itself on film, and the evidence was too strong to ignore. Teams that used film began to outsmart teams that did not. The advantage became impossible to deny. Slowly, resistance began to fade. By the 1950s, film was not simply a tool. It was the new language of football. That shift created a divide between generations. Older coaches struggled to adapt to a sport that now demanded study rather than pure instinct. Younger coaches flourished because they understood that the camera offered clarity rather than threat. Players realized that film allowed them to anticipate rather than react. Entire teams transformed by learning the details of a game they had once played through nothing but feel. The sport moved from chaos toward precision, from guesswork toward certainty, from darkness toward light. This documentary explores that transformation in detail. It examines the birth of football intelligence. It explores the men who embraced the unknown and the men who feared it. It reveals how film turned confusion into structure and how structure reshaped the modern game. Each of the 20 segments that follow will dive deeper into a different chapter of this evolution, from the earliest experiments to the complex systems of study that define the sport today. Before the world saw football as strategy, someone had to capture the truth. Someone had to confront the fear of the unknown. Someone had to believe that understanding could change everything. I think often about the moment when football first saw itself with clarity. Not through memory, not through instinct, not through the imperfect recollection of exhausted coaches and players, but through the cold and unforgiving truth of a machine that had no loyalties. The first camera ever placed on a sideline did not arrive through planning. It arrived through chance, through the curiosity of someone who had no idea that history was beginning to move through the lens he carried. That accident changed the life of the coach who saw the footage, and it changed the fate of the entire sport. The story begins in the early 1930s, when football fields were little more than grass, mud, and noise. Cameras were rare, heavy, and treated as luxuries that belonged to wealthy hobbyists or local newspapers. One of those hobbyists was a young assistant at a small college who enjoyed filming weddings and county fairs on weekends. He was not a strategist. He was not an innovator. He simply liked the feeling of capturing moments that would otherwise disappear. On a brisk autumn afternoon, he brought his camera to the field without any intention of documenting a revolution. He only wanted to practice panning and focus. The team he worked for was playing a conference rival, and he stood near the end zone with the lens raised as the opening kickoff sliced through the air. The reel he captured that day was shaky and grainy. The image trembled with every movement of his hands. The players looked like shadows fighting inside a silent storm. Yet something extraordinary happened when the head coach gathered his staff after the game. The assistant mentioned that he had accidentally filmed several series. The coach, exhausted and frustrated after a close loss, agreed to watch it simply out of curiosity. They gathered in a dim equipment room with a portable projector, expecting nothing more than a short novelty. They prepared to laugh at the poor focus or the clumsy camera angles. What they saw instead knocked the air from the room. The camera revealed the truth. The unfiltered, unprotected truth. It showed the offensive line collapsing on a play the coaches had believed was executed perfectly. It showed a receiver drifting to shallow on a route that was designed to stretch the defense vertically. It showed a linebacker who had misread the blocking scheme entirely, leaving an open lane that turned into a touchdown. Every frame contradicted the stories they had told each other on the sideline. Every moment exposed the limits of their instincts. The camera had no interest in sparing feelings. It had no concern for reputation. It offered only reality. The head coach sat in silence as the projector clicked through the final seconds of the reel. He watched the truth of his team unfold before him, and the weight of it settled across his shoulders. He had spent most of his career believing that his understanding of the game was shaped by wisdom and experience. He believed he saw 30% more than the average coach because he had trained himself to read movement and intention. Yet in that small room, surrounded by assistants who were equally stunned, he realized that he had spent years guiding his team through incomplete knowledge. The game was faster than his eyes. The details were smaller than his memory could capture. The camera never forgot. The camera never blinked. When I imagine that moment, I can almost feel the shift inside his mind. A lifetime of belief began to move. The certainty that had sustained him no longer felt trustworthy. He had always known that football was unpredictable, but he had never understood how blind he had been to its hidden patterns. As he watched the film once more, he noticed movements he had not even registered while standing only a few yards away. A defensive back who disguised his coverage at the last second. A lineman who adjusted his hand placement in a way that revealed the play direction. A running back who hesitated for a fraction of a second before cutting, creating a ripple that changed the entire play. None of these details existed in his memory. They existed only in the truth the camera revealed. The assistants reacted with a mix of awe and discomfort. Some feared what this new clarity meant. Others felt excitement rising in their chests. But the head coach felt something different. He felt humility. He understood that the sport he had dedicated his life to was far more complex than he had ever realized. He saw that every play was a constellation of micro-movements, decisions, and reactions that no human mind could accurately recall in real time. The experience reshaped him. It marked the final moment when he trusted his eyes more than objective truth. Word spread quickly across the small college campus that the team had discovered something remarkable. Coaches from other sports asked to see the footage. Administrators wondered whether the film could give them an advantage in the next rivalry game. But the head coach was already thinking deeper. He wondered how many mistakes he had misdiagnosed over the years. He wondered how many players he had corrected for errors they had not actually committed. He wondered how many opportunities he had missed because he had been looking in the wrong place at the wrong time. The questions were endless, and each one carried the weight of responsibility. The team gathered to watch the film the next day. The players were silent as the images flickered across the wall. Some of them braced themselves for criticism, but the coach spoke calmly. It was a tool for clarity. It was the means through which the truth of the game would finally be visible to everyone. Pride because they were part of something historic. Embarrassment because the film exposed mistakes they had tried to hide. Relief because the burden of memory no longer rested solely on their shoulders. The revelation changed everything. The coach restructured his practices. He altered the way he evaluated performance. He began to build strategies based on evidence instead of instinct. The assistant who had filmed the game began to record every contest. Opponents who heard about the new method reacted with confusion and suspicion, as if the use of film was a violation of an unwritten code. Some teams dismissed it as a gimmick. Others feared it, but refused to admit their discomfort. What began as an accident soon became a tradition. Film sessions turned into weekly rituals. The coach transformed into an early architect of analytical football, long before the world recognized the significance of his discovery. The grainy footage from that first reel served as a reminder that knowledge had always been there, waiting to be captured. The game had always contained layers of truth that no human eye could fully comprehend. It took a camera to reveal the hidden language that shaped every movement. The first camera on the sideline did not simply document a game. It documented the birth of a new way of thinking. I think often about the moment when football first saw itself with clarity. Not through memory, not through instinct, not through the imperfect recollection of exhausted coaches and players, but through the cold and unforgiving truth of a machine that had no loyalties. The first camera ever placed on a sideline did not arrive through planning. It arrived through chance, through the curiosity of someone who had no idea that history was beginning to move through the lens he carried. That accident changed the life of the coach who saw the footage, and it changed the fate of the entire sport. The story begins in the early 1930s, when football fields were little more than grass, mud, and noise. Cameras were rare, heavy, and treated as luxuries that belonged to wealthy hobbyists or local newspapers. One of those hobbyists was a young assistant at a small college who enjoyed filming weddings and county fairs on weekends. He was not a strategist. He was not an innovator. He simply liked the feeling of capturing moments that would otherwise disappear. On a brisk autumn afternoon, he brought his camera to the field without any intention of documenting a revolution. He only wanted to practice panning and focus. The team he worked for was playing a conference rival, and he stood near the end zone with the lens raised as the opening kickoff sliced through the air. The reel he captured that day was shaky and grainy. The image trembled with every movement of his hands. The players looked like shadows fighting inside a silent storm. Yet something extraordinary happened when the head coach gathered his staff after the game. The assistant mentioned that he had accidentally filmed several series. The coach, exhausted and frustrated after a close loss, agreed to watch it simply out of curiosity. They gathered in a dim equipment room with a portable projector, expecting nothing more than a short novelty. They prepared to laugh at the poor focus or the clumsy camera angles. What they saw instead knocked the air from the room. The camera revealed the truth. The unfiltered, unprotected truth. It showed the offensive line collapsing on a play the coaches had believed was executed perfectly. It showed a receiver drifting to shallow on a route that was designed to stretch the defense vertically. It showed a linebacker who had misread the blocking scheme entirely, leaving an open lane that turned into a touchdown. Every frame contradicted the stories they had told each other on the sideline. Every moment exposed the limits of their instincts. The camera had no interest in sparing feelings. It had no concern for reputation. It offered only reality. The head coach sat in silence as the projector clicked through the final seconds of the reel. He watched the truth of his team unfold before him, and the weight of it settled across his shoulders. He had spent most of his career believing that his understanding of the game was shaped by wisdom and experience. He believed he saw 30% more than the average coach because he had trained himself to read movement and intention. Yet in that small room, surrounded by assistants who were equally stunned, he realized that he had spent years guiding his team through incomplete knowledge. The game was faster than his eyes. The details were smaller than his memory could capture. The camera never forgot. The camera never blinked. When I imagine that moment, I can almost feel the shift inside his mind. A lifetime of belief began to move. The certainty that had sustained him no longer felt trustworthy. He had always known that football was unpredictable, but he had never understood how blind he had been to its hidden patterns. As he watched the film once more, he noticed movements he had not even registered while standing only a few yards away. A defensive back who disguised his coverage at the last second. A lineman who adjusted his hand placement in a way that revealed the play direction. A running back who hesitated for a fraction of a second before cutting, creating a ripple that changed the entire play. None of these details existed in his memory. They existed only in the truth the camera revealed. The assistants reacted with a mix of awe and discomfort. Some feared what this new clarity meant. Others felt excitement rising in their chests. But the head coach felt something different. He felt humility. He understood that the sport he had dedicated his life to was far more complex than he had ever realized. He saw that every play was a constellation of micro-movements, decisions, and reactions that no human mind could accurately recall in real time. The experience reshaped him. It marked the final moment when he trusted his eyes more than objective truth. Word spread quickly across the small college campus that the team had discovered something remarkable. Coaches from other sports asked to see the footage. Administrators wondered whether the film could give them an advantage in the next rivalry game. But the head coach was already thinking deeper. He wondered how many mistakes he had misdiagnosed over the years. He wondered how many players he had corrected for errors they had not actually committed. He wondered how many opportunities he had missed because he had been looking in the wrong place at the wrong time. The questions were endless, and each one carried the weight of responsibility. The team gathered to watch the film the next day. The players were silent as the images flickered across the wall. Some of them braced themselves for criticism, but the coach spoke calmly. It was a tool for clarity. It was the means through which the truth of the game would finally be visible to everyone. Pride because they were part of something historic. Embarrassment because the film exposed mistakes they had tried to hide. Relief because the burden of memory no longer rested solely on their shoulders. The revelation changed everything. The coach restructured his practices. He altered the way he evaluated performance. He began to build strategies based on evidence instead of instinct. The assistant who had filmed the game began to record every contest. Opponents who heard about the new method reacted with confusion and suspicion, as if the use of film was a violation of an unwritten code. Some teams dismissed it as a gimmick. Others feared it, but refused to admit their discomfort. What began as an accident soon became a tradition. Film sessions turned into weekly rituals. The coach transformed into an early architect of analytical football, long before the world recognized the significance of his discovery. The grainy footage from that first reel served as a reminder that knowledge had always been there, waiting to be captured. The game had always contained layers of truth that no human eye could fully comprehend. It took a camera to reveal the hidden language that shaped every movement. The first camera on the sideline did not simply document a game. It documented the birth of a new way of thinking. I have always believed that every era in football has one figure who steps out of the fog long before the rest of us understand what he sees. One man who is not merely ahead of his time, but separated from it entirely. For the early age of film study, that figure was Paul Brown. His presence cuts through the record like a cold current. When you speak with players from his earliest teams, their stories share a single theme. They say he did not just watch film. He lived inside it. And for the first time in football history, a coach treated each reel not as an accessory, but as the very foundation of the sport. Before Brown, coaches viewed film as a novelty, something to sift through when convenient, something that confirmed instinct rather than challenged it. But Brown carried a different truth inside him. He understood that the camera was not decoration. It was a witness. It preserved realities that no coach could track in real time. Brown recognized early what would take decades for the rest of the sport to accept. Football was not only a game played on the field, it was a game discovered afterward in the quiet of the film room. The first time he introduced his players to his new system, they did not know how to respond. They were accustomed to post-game meetings built on memory and emotion, a coach's voice rising or falling based on what he believed he saw. Brown erased that world. He turned the lights off. He let the projector flicker to life, and he allowed the truth to speak for itself. Brown did not stop there. He built routines that bordered on ritual. Every week followed a pattern that would become the blueprint for every modern team. Break down every play of the previous game. Categorize mistakes with brutal honesty. Track tendencies over time. He taught players to watch film not for entertainment, but for survival. That mindset became his greatest legacy. They created binders, notes, and labeling systems that would eventually become standard across the league. The assistants under Paul Brown became some of the most influential coaches of the next generation, and each carried the imprint of his methods. They understood at a cellular level that football no longer belonged to guesswork. It belonged to those who studied the tape with relentless, almost monastic discipline. What separated Brown from his contemporaries was not just his thoroughness. It was his belief that film could predict the future. He believed that every team carried unspoken habits that repeated under stress. A guard who leaned a certain direction, a safety who drifted at the snap, a quarterback whose eyes betrayed his intent. Brown saw these tendencies long before coaches even had vocabulary for them. And once he saw them, he built game plans designed to punish them without mercy. The reason was simple. He had already lived the game a dozen times in the film room. He had already mapped its flow and pressure points. He had already absorbed every defense he expected to face. It was the same sensation a chess player feels when he recognizes an opening 16 moves in advance. Brown did not guess. He calculated. His approach was not always welcomed. Some players resisted the level of scrutiny film demanded. They felt exposed. After a particularly grueling loss, Brown stayed in the facility until sunrise. A simple sweep play, a sequence most coaches would have shrugged off. The placement of a running back's shoulders, the depth of a pulling guard, the timing of the handoff. He did not stop until he could articulate the microscopic detail that caused the play to fail. That single discovery reshaped the team's approach for the next month. To Brown, film was a portal, the first clear window into the underlying mathematics of football. He believed every player operated like a pattern waiting to be read. But his greatest contribution was something far deeper. Brown taught football that the truth is never found in the noise of the moment. It is found in the silence afterward. The earliest reels were flawed and imperfect, yet Brown saw past their limitations. He saw a future version of the sport where every team, every coach, and every player would be defined not by instinct alone, but by understanding. The story of film study often begins with technical innovations. New cameras, better lenses, improved lighting, but the real breakthrough was human. It was the moment a coach decided that knowledge mattered more than tradition. Something that would change the way football was taught, played, and interpreted forever. His legacy is not measured only by wins or championships. It is measured by the intellectual shift he triggered. The belief that every detail matters. The belief that the mind can shape the game as powerfully as the body. The belief that the camera, silent and patient, is the most valuable tool a coach will ever hold. Every film room built after Brown carries a trace of his influence. Every modern playbook reflects the structure he envisioned. Every coach who studies the tendencies of an opponent is walking the path he carved. When you study the evolution of football, you can pinpoint the moment the sport changed its identity. The moment it embraced the idea that knowledge itself is a form of strength. That moment began with Paul Brown. His obsession was not a quirk, it was a prophecy. He understood that the truth of the game had always been hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone disciplined enough to capture it and brave enough to face it. And once he proved what film could do, the rest of football would never again settle for guesswork. There is a quiet cruelty in the way progress moves through a sport. It never announces itself. It never waits. It never pauses to gather the willing. It simply advances, step by step, until the world that once felt familiar becomes unrecognizable. And when football entered the age of film, not every coach crossed the threshold willingly. Some stood still while the game moved past them. Some clung to instincts that once made them brilliant. And some discovered that the most painful defeat of all is not delivered by an opponent, but by time. When film first arrived, many coaches dismissed it as a passing novelty. They believed the game belonged to memory and intuition. They believed their experience provided something deeper than any reel could capture. They trusted their eyes, even as those eyes betrayed them. And for a while, it seemed they could hold their ground. But the truth has a way of accumulating. Bit by bit, their rivals gained clarity. Their players learned more. Their mistakes became easier to diagnose. Slowly, the gap widened, and the coaches who refused the new world felt themselves slipping. I remember speaking with one former assistant who served under a respected head coach during that era of change. He told me that his head coach viewed the projector as a threat, not a tool. A threat. He feared it would undermine his authority. He feared his players would see faults in his strategy. He feared his own limitations would be exposed, so he avoided it. He kept meetings rooted in recollection and gut instinct. And at first, the players followed him with absolute loyalty. They loved his passion. They trusted his voice. They believed he saw things they could not. But as other teams embraced film, cracks began to form. Opponents recognized patterns in his schemes that he never noticed. His play calling grew predictable without him realizing it. His players found themselves reacting late to motions they had never studied. Their methods, once celebrated, now seemed slow. Their wisdom, once unquestioned, now felt incomplete. Fear that the game no longer belonged to them. Fear that the younger coaches, armed with film and analysis, possessed an advantage they could not replicate. There were no excuses, no fog of memory to hide behind, no comforting stories that softened the truth. Film showed everything with quiet, unforgiving precision, and some coaches simply could not survive that level of scrutiny. They had built their identity on the certainty of what they believed they saw. When the camera revealed a different reality, it shattered the foundation beneath them. One coach from the late 1940s serves as a particularly haunting example. By all accounts, he was a master motivator, a commanding presence. Players followed him as if he carried the game in his hands. But when film entered the league, he ridiculed it. He called it unnecessary. He dismissed the coaches who embraced it as overthinkers. Tees began to struggle. Not because they lacked talent, but because they were unprepared for opponents who had dissected them with precision. His record declined year after year, and the pressure mounted. Former players recalled the emotional strain he endured. They noticed how his confidence eroded, how his voice, once thunderous, grew subdued, how he stared out onto the practice field with a look that was part confusion and part heartbreak. He could feel the game slipping through his fingers, and he did not know how to stop it. When he finally retired, he admitted privately that the sport had outgrown him. Some coaches tried to adapt late, but found the transition overwhelming. The coaches who tried to fake their way into the new era faced a different kind of downfall. Not dramatic, not public, but deeply personal. One team executive from the 1950s described the shift as a cultural dividing line. On one side stood the innovators. On the other stood the traditionalists. Both groups loved the game. Both believed they were doing what was right. But the film created measurable results. It rewarded those who trusted it, and it punished those who resisted. Performance gaps widened. Injuries increased among teams that misunderstood alignments and blocking angles. Miscommunication grew. And slowly, the league began to reshape itself around the coaches who embraced precision. The game itself had changed, and the men who refused to evolve found themselves in a world that no longer needed what they offered. That is the quiet tragedy of progress. It does not consider the cost of those it leaves behind. It pushes forward because the pressures of competition demand it. And football, more than any other sport, has always been governed by that truth. I often reflect on those coaches with a certain sadness. They were not failures. They were victims of a transformation they never asked for. They came from an era where instinct was currency, where the most powerful quality a coach possessed was conviction. They lived through a time when leadership meant certainty, not analysis. When preparation meant conversation, not documentation. Their decline was not rooted in incompetence. It was rooted in a fundamental redefinition of what coaching meant. The rise of film demanded a different type of mind. It required the ability to analyze patterns, interpret angles, and evaluate tendencies. It required a tolerance for self-critique that many coaches never developed. It required humility before the lens. Some adapted, some evolved, but others discovered that true adaptation demands dismantling old habits piece by piece. And not everyone can face that process without losing something essential. In the end, the coaches who were buried by the rise of film were not defeated by opponents or by strategy. They were defeated by truth. The camera did not lie. It did not soften. It did not negotiate. It preserved every step, every angle, every decision. And for the men who had built their lives on the belief that their instincts were flawless, that truth was often unbearable. That is the hidden cost of innovation. Every advancement in football creates a generation that thrives and a generation that fades. Film study became the tool that elevated the sport to new intellectual heights, but it also became the quiet architect of some of the most painful downfalls in coaching history. Those who embraced it reshaped the future. Those who rejected it became part of a past the sport no longer recognized. And as the age of film took hold, the divide between these worlds widened until the outcome was inevitable. Football had entered a new chapter, and the men who refused to adapt watched the door close behind them, unsure of how to re-enter a game that had once belonged to them completely. There is a subtle, almost invisible force in football that separates the innovators from the traditionalists. It moves quietly at first, imperceptible in its pace, until suddenly it has reshaped the game and everyone around it. When film arrived, that force became undeniable. Some coaches embraced it immediately, others ignored it, dismissed it, or resisted it outright. And those who resisted discovered that the cost of staying behind was far greater than any defeat delivered on the field. It was psychological, existential, and at times devastating. Before film, coaching relied on memory, instinct, and authority. A coach's word was law. A pointed finger, a raised voice, or a sharp critique could shape an entire game or season. Players accepted their leader's interpretation as truth because there was no alternative. There was no camera to replay every movement, no projection to reveal missed angles, and no objective record to validate or challenge perception. Football was ruled by belief as much as by skill, and the most successful coaches commanded that belief through force of personality and experience. When film entered the equation, it threatened more than tradition. It threatened identity. Coaches who had spent decades mastering perception suddenly had to confront the idea that the human eye, no matter how trained, could be incomplete. Every error, every misstep, every lapse in judgment was suddenly observable, repeatable, undeniable. And some could not handle that truth. Some felt exposed. Some resented the intrusion. And some could not reconcile the way the game had always worked with the way it now demanded scrutiny. Resistance took many forms. Some coaches refused to allow cameras near their fields. Others allowed filming, but dismissed its findings outright. Some mocked the process, calling it a gimmick, a waste of time, or an unnecessary distraction. Players often sensed the dissonance. For those who resisted, the consequences arrived quietly at first. Their teams lost close games that might have been won if tendencies had been studied. Miscommunications multiplied as opponents exploited patterns no one had observed. Practices became exercises in repetition rather than precision. The game was changing, and those who clung to memory alone were left increasingly exposed. They were not defeated by talent or luck, but by an inability to adapt to a new form of understanding. The psychological toll of falling behind was profound. Some coaches internalized every loss as a personal failure rather than a consequence of outdated methods. Others developed anxiety about their decisions, questioning every call on the field. Some became rigid, doubling down on instinct, while others withdrew into quiet resignation. Avoiding confrontation and new ideas, players describe the impact as palpable. The confidence of a team is inseparable from the conviction of its coach. When the leader is uncertain or defensive, that uncertainty seeps into every practice, every snap, and every decision. One story from the late 40s illustrates this quietly brutal process. A coach who had achieved regional renown was confronted with the success of a rival who relied on film study. The rival's teams anticipated movements, corrected errors before they occurred, and developed game plans that exploited every observable habit. The older coach, accustomed to commanding loyalty through experience and force of personality, found himself outmaneuvered. He attempted to adapt but struggled to reconcile decades of instinct with the new data-driven approach. Every time he tried to implement film sessions, he misread the footage, drew incorrect conclusions, or interpreted the same patterns differently than his assistants. The results were disastrous. Players began to notice. They followed instructions they no longer fully trusted. They practiced plays they did not understand. On the field, mistakes multiplied, not because of talent, but because the leadership guiding them was fractured. For these men, the psychological cost was compounded by isolation. Film study, when embraced by younger assistants and rivals, became a secret advantage. The resistant coach was left watching the game move faster, feeling his own perception lag behind, knowing he had no reliable path to catch up. It is a form of defeat that leaves no scoreboard to mark it. It is invisible, yet profound. The cost extended beyond wins and losses. Careers ended prematurely. Reputations eroded quietly. Some coaches were forced into early retirement, their methods deemed obsolete before they could evolve. Others struggled through decades of mediocrity, unable to recapture the authority that had once defined them. They lived in a world where their past accomplishments felt increasingly distant. Each year, as opponents refined their use of film, the resistant coaches became less relevant, not due to failure, but because the game demanded something they were unwilling or unable to adopt. In examining this period, the pattern is clear. Football evolved intellectually faster than some coaches could adapt psychologically. The rise of film demanded humility, patience, and a willingness to acknowledge flaws. Those qualities were not optional. They were essential, and those who lacked them paid a hidden price. The cost was emotional. The cost was mental. And in some cases, the cost was existential, forcing men to reconcile a lifelong identity with a sport that had outgrown their methods. Even as the innovators embraced the technology, the resistant coaches became cautionary examples. They serve as reminders that progress can be both liberating and cruel. I have spoken with players who lived through this transition. They describe a strange mixture of admiration and sadness. They respected their coach's experience, their leadership, and their instinctive wisdom. But they also recognized the growing gap between perception and reality. They saw games unfold in ways the coach had never anticipated. They felt the psychological weight on the sideline, even when it was unspoken. And they watched as the teams that embraced film gained confidence, consistency, and clarity, while their own squads struggled to adapt to an evolving game they could no longer master through memory alone. The resistance was not universal. Some coaches observed the failures of others and chose to adapt. They confronted the new technology with determination, humility, and relentless study. But the lesson was clear. Resisting innovation in a sport defined by precision and speed carries costs beyond the scoreboard. It shapes morale, identity, and longevity. It undermines authority. And it redefines the boundaries of possibility for those who remain unwilling to change. Film did not merely record football, it transformed it into a discipline where observation, analysis, and preparation became as crucial as strength and skill. Those who refused to recognize this transformation found themselves not only behind tactically, but psychologically unmoored. Their greatest challenge was not the opponent across the line of scrimmage, but the invisible comparison with a sport that had moved ahead without them. In reflecting on these coaches, it becomes clear that the introduction of film was both a blessing and a reckoning. It elevated the intellectual level of football. It empowered players and teams. It allowed the best to see the game in ways previously unimaginable. But it also revealed the human cost of adaptation. Some coaches thrived, some faltered, and some, tragically, were left behind. Their identities intertwined with a version of the sport that no longer existed. Resistance was a choice, conscious or subconscious, rooted in fear, pride, or disbelief. But in a sport increasingly governed by evidence and preparation, that choice carried consequences that could not be ignored. Losses, diminished authority, stress, isolation, and the slow erosion of relevance became their reality. It was a reminder that progress moves without hesitation and does not wait for comfort, sentiment, or tradition. The coaches who refuse to adapt are part of the hidden story of football's evolution. Their struggles, their failures, and their psychological cost illuminate the human side of transformation. They remind us that innovation is not merely technical. It is cultural. It is personal. And it asks more of its participants than talent alone can satisfy. Football has always been a game of space, both on the field and behind the scenes. For decades, the field was the only laboratory. Coaches measured talent through practice, observation, and instinct. But as film entered the sport, a new kind of space began to emerge. Basements, closets, and equipment sheds were converted into film rooms, often modest and cramped. Yet each one became a temple of discovery. It was in these rooms, far from the roar of stadiums, that football began its transformation from a game of brute force to a discipline of precision, strategy, and observation. They were functional spaces, sometimes improvised, often cold, dimly lit, and cramped with outdated furniture. A single projector, a stack of reels, and a handful of chairs were enough to begin the process. Young assistants, some barely out of college, took on the task of threading film into these machines. They learned quickly that one small mistake could ruin a reel. A snapped film could destroy hours of labor, hours of insight, and hours of preparation. Every detail mattered, and every session demanded vigilance. The care with which they handled the film mirrored the seriousness with which the new analytical approach to football was being treated. These assistants became the first modern analysts, though they were rarely recognized as such. They learned to identify patterns long before anyone else. In many cases, these assistants spent more time with the film than the coaches themselves. They were the first generation to live inside the tape, to experience the game not only in real time, but also in repeated, microscopic increments. And in doing so, they laid the groundwork for every analytical method that would follow. The spaces themselves influenced the development of football as a science. In a dim basement, a coach could focus entirely on detail, free from distraction. In a crowded equipment shed, assistants discovered methods to label, categorize, and track performance. Coaches and assistants learned to maximize minimal resources to adapt technology to their purposes, and to understand that preparation could outmatch raw talent. The physical constraints of these early film rooms shaped the intellectual discipline they nurtured. There is a story about one small college team that converted a former storage closet into a film room. The walls were bare, the floor covered in scuffed linoleum, and the only window was covered with cardboard to block sunlight. Inside, a single projector hummed, casting flickering images on the wall. The assistant in charge, a 19-year-old with no formal training, became the team's first tactical analyst. He watched game after game, learning to pause on a single frame, track a player's movement, and communicate insights to coaches. He noted small errors in technique that had previously gone unnoticed. He tracked tendencies that allowed the team to anticipate opponent strategies. What started as an improvised space became the birthplace of methodical preparation that would define modern football. These film rooms also created a new kind of culture. Players, when invited to watch film, learned to confront their own mistakes. They could no longer rely solely on memory or instinct. Every block, every cut, every alignment was now observable. The experience was sometimes humbling. For players who had relied on natural talent, it was a shock to see errors they never realized existed. Yet it also built understanding and confidence. Knowing what had happened and why allowed them to prepare with intention. It instilled a sense of accountability and fostered the precision that would become a hallmark of professional football. The routines established in these early rooms became rituals. Reels were cataloged by week, by opponent, by formation. Coaches reviewed specific series repeatedly. Assistants created notes for every position, every tendency, and every situation. The work was meticulous and exhausting, but it built the first foundation of analytical preparation. In many ways, the early film rooms were where the first true intellectual revolution of football took root. The field remained vital, but it was no longer the sole arena for victory or defeat. Insight gained in quiet, improvised spaces began to shape the outcomes of games before they were played. The limitations of early film technology also played a role in shaping this process. Cameras were cumbersome, reels were fragile, and projectors were temperamental. Lighting was inconsistent, angles were often imperfect, and equipment frequently malfunctioned. Coaches and assistants learned to compensate. They developed shorthand for observations. They created systematic ways to record tendencies even when the image quality was poor. The physical imperfections forced them to refine their analysis. They had to think critically, interpret carefully, and communicate clearly. It was an education in rigor, born from constraint. Beyond the technical aspects, the first film rooms were laboratories for trust and collaboration. Coaches relied on assistants to interpret the tape accurately. Assistants relied on coaches to understand their observations and translate them into practice plans. Players relied on coaches to deliver lessons gleaned from the film in ways they could execute on the field. The ecosystem was delicate. A single misinterpretation could produce errors on the field. And yet, when the system worked, the results were profound. Teams that mastered this workflow gained a decisive advantage over opponents who relied solely on instinct. The rise of these early analysis spaces also changed the perception of football as a craft. No longer was it a game won solely by athleticism or intuition. The basement, closet, or equipment shed became a place where the mental game was as real as the physical one. And for those who embraced it, football became something richer. They could anticipate patterns, they could predict tendencies. They could correct errors before they became systemic. And all of it began in spaces that the outside world would have dismissed as insignificant. There were limits, of course. Not every team had access to film or the ability to construct a space dedicated to analysis. Resources were unevenly distributed. Smaller programs improvised. Larger programs invested more fully, often dedicating entire wings or rooms to projection and study. But regardless of size, the principle was the same. Film could reveal truths invisible to the naked eye. And any team willing to dedicate time and attention to those truths could alter the trajectory of its season. The early infrastructure dictated not only what could be learned, but also how rigorously it could be applied. Teams that created order within cramped and imperfect spaces often reaped disproportionate rewards. One cannot overstate the role of assistants in this process. They became archivists, analysts, and, in many cases, the first tactical innovators outside the head coach. The work was meticulous, exhausting, and largely invisible to the public. The seed was planted in basements, closets, and sheds, long before anyone imagined the scale of support that would exist today. The earliest film rooms also forced coaches to confront their own limitations. In front of a flickering reel, decades of instinct and memory could be challenged. Every misstep was preserved. Every moment of indecision was captured. They learned that preparation was not simply a matter of charisma or authority. They learned that the game had layers beyond what any single human could perceive in real time. And they adapted, slowly at first, then with increasing sophistication. The first film rooms were not just technical innovations. They were schools of thought, incubators of new ways to understand football. By the mid-20th century, the film room had become indispensable. Teams that ignored it fell behind. Coaches who resisted it struggled to maintain authority. Players who avoided it were left unprepared for the precision of opponents who had studied every movement. The process that began in humble spaces eventually formalized into a core component of every team's preparation. The lessons learned in basements and sheds migrated to stadiums, training facilities, and boardrooms. Looking back, it is remarkable how much of football's intellectual foundation originated in these modest, often overlooked spaces. What seemed insignificant at the time, threading reels, cataloging sequences, watching grainy images flicker across a wall, ultimately reshaped the sport. It proved that victory was not only forged on the grass, but also in the quiet, deliberate study of motion, pattern, and habit. The early film rooms were the birthplace of modern preparation, the first laboratories where football became a science as much as a contest of skill. And so the legacy of those first film rooms is twofold. They are a testament to ingenuity in the face of limitation, and a reminder that intellectual discipline can redefine a sport. Instead, it became a game of insight, where understanding the unseen often proved as critical as dominating the field. Football is a game built on repetition, rhythm, and timing. In the earliest days of film study, coaches began to notice something extraordinary. Beneath the apparent chaos of a game, there were recurring patterns. Tendencies emerged, formations repeated, and subtle cues that once went unnoticed now carried enormous predictive value. the moment a coach first realized that the game could be read like a book, that each team followed habits that could be observed and understood, it was as if a new layer of reality had been revealed. This was the birth of pattern recognition, the first step in transforming football from instinct-driven chaos to disciplined anticipation. The process began simply. Coaches and assistants would watch reels of games again and again. Not only their own teams, but their opponents as well. Early observations were crude, often consisting of basic counts. How often a team ran to the right? How often a specific formation appeared on third down, or how a quarterback moved in the pocket. But even these simple measurements exposed inconsistencies that could be exploited. Coaches quickly realized that tendencies were not random. They were predictable. They were almost mechanical in their repetition. And for the first time, a game that seemed purely reactive could be approached proactively. One of the earliest documented examples occurred in the late 40s. A coach studying an opposing offense noticed that a specific play, a sweep to the left, was almost always preceded by a slight shift in the offensive line. The shift lasted less than a second, barely perceptible without careful study. The team that noticed it began to anticipate the sweep, adjusting defensive assignments before the play could fully develop. The results were immediate. Plays that had previously gained significant yardage were suddenly neutralized. The subtle cue, invisible to the untrained eye, became a critical advantage. This was the first moment when pattern recognition transformed insight into a competitive edge. The discovery of patterns did not stop with a single play. Coaches began cataloging tendencies across entire series. Running backs exhibited habitual angles. Linemen leaned predictably at the snap. Quarterbacks displayed consistent eye movement, and defensive schemes shifted according to the alignment of specific offensive players. Every observable detail became a potential key. The challenge was not finding patterns. The challenge was interpreting them correctly. A single misread could result in disaster, but a correct read could preempt an entire offensive drive. It was a new form of knowledge, a combination of observation, memory, and analysis that extended far beyond the intuition of earlier eras. Pattern recognition also changed the relationship between coaches and players. For the first time, players were asked to respond not just to immediate cues on the field, but to tendencies that had been studied and anticipated. Film study sessions became exercises in prediction. Linebackers were taught to recognize the subtle body language of a quarterback. Receivers were instructed to identify shifts in coverage before the snap. Offensive linemen learned to adjust instantly to defensive tendencies observed in prior games. Football was becoming a mental sport as much as a physical one, and the first cases of anticipating what was coming set the foundation for decades of strategic innovation. Coaches who mastered this approach began to describe the game differently. They no longer spoke merely of effort or strength. They spoke of timing, alignment, and probability. They began to break plays into components: the movement of a single guard, the angle of a tight end, the rhythm of a quarterback's cadence. They drew connections between actions that seemed isolated, but were, in fact, highly correlated. In effect, they were mapping the behavior of human athletes in a systematic way. And with each revelation, the advantage of anticipation became more pronounced. There's a story from one early professional coach who credited pattern recognition with transforming his defensive approach. His team faced a rival that had dominated them for years with a deceptive passing attack. After weeks of study, he identified a repeating sequence. The quarterback would glance to one side, then execute a rollout in the opposite direction, relying on linemen to block shifts in coverage. Once the defensive players were trained to recognize the quarterback's initial glance, the rollout was neutralized. Interceptions increased. Third down conversions dropped. And the coach realized that anticipation was a weapon more powerful than raw athleticism. The game could be altered without a single change in physical strength, merely through understanding what was likely to happen next. Pattern recognition also reshaped the psychology of the game. Coaches felt more control. Players felt more confident. Errors could be addressed preemptively. Mistakes were no longer accepted as inevitable or merely unfortunate. They could be anticipated, corrected, and exploited. The mental burden shifted. No longer were mistakes always the fault of unpredictable chaos. Instead, errors became a signal that preparation had not yet fully captured reality. Teams that embraced this mindset thrived. Teams that ignored it fell behind. The psychological impact of being able to know what was coming was profound and transformative. These discoveries also elevated the role of assistants and analysts. Watching patterns emerge required a meticulous eye. The assistants who could track repeated behavior, note tendencies, and communicate insights became indispensable. The coach alone could not process every cue from every opponent. The team became a collaborative intelligence network. With knowledge flowing from projectors and notebooks to practice fields and game day decisions. The recognition of patterns turned football into a collective cerebral endeavor where success depended not only on individual skill, but on shared insight and preparation. The first documented attempts to codify these tendencies laid the groundwork for modern scouting. Playbooks began to include information on opponents' habits. Situations were analyzed probabilistically. If a team faced third and long, which formations did their opponents favor? If a running back was lined up to the right, which blocking assignments were likely to be executed? Coaches began to think in sequences rather than isolated plays. Film became a tool to convert observation into prediction, and prediction became the foundation for competitive advantage. Pattern recognition also forced a reevaluation of strategy. If tendencies could be identified, then the obvious next step was to manipulate them. Coaches could set traps, design plays to exploit predictable behavior, or disguise intentions to create uncertainty. The early seeds of strategic deception were planted in this era. Offensive and defensive coordinators began to experiment with misdirection, feints, and pre-snap shifts designed to counteract the opponent's observable habits. Film did not merely reveal the game, suggested new ways to alter it. By the mid-20th century, the concept of pattern recognition was firmly established in football culture. Coaches who had once relied solely on instinct began to appreciate the power of evidence. They understood that anticipation was as important as reaction. They realized that preparation could neutralize talent. And they recognized that every observable detail, no matter how small, could be leveraged to gain an advantage. The first cases of knowing what was coming had evolved from accidental discovery into a deliberate methodology that would shape the sport for generations. Reflecting on this period, it is remarkable how far the intellectual side of football had advanced. Within a few decades, the game had moved from reliance on memory and instinct to a system where observation, analysis, and pattern recognition could define outcomes. The field remained the arena of action, but the film room became the arena of foresight. Coaches who understood tendencies could shape the flow of the game in ways that previous generations could not have imagined. And every innovation, every insight, every anticipation began with the patient study of patterns, the relentless pursuit of understanding, and the belief that knowledge could outmatch even the greatest athletic display. In the end, the birth of pattern recognition marked the transition of football from a reactive sport to a proactive one. It created the first generation of coaches and players who could see beyond the immediate moment, who could anticipate movement, and who could prepare with precision. It was a turning point. The ability to predict, to recognize, and to act upon patterns became a cornerstone of competitive advantage. What began as simple observation in early film rooms became the intellectual backbone of modern football. Football is a game of confrontation, a clash of wills and bodies. But beneath the visible collisions, there exists an invisible chessboard. The rise of defensive film study transformed that chessboard into something almost cerebral, something measured, calculated, and deliberate. For the first time, defensive coordinators could see beyond instinct and reaction. They could anticipate, predict, and manipulate. The film room became their laboratory, and the game became a series of controlled experiments, each play an equation, each formation a problem to be solved. This was the birth of the defensive film genius. Men whose understanding of the game reshaped how defense was conceived and executed. Before the era of detailed study, defense was largely reactive. A linebacker responded to the run. A cornerback chased the receiver. A safety pursued the ball. Coaches relied on intuition, teaching players to trust their eyes and instincts. Success depended on raw athleticism and quick decision-making. Mistakes were often accepted as inevitable because no systematic method existed to predict or influence opponent behavior. But as film study advanced, defensive coordinators began to recognize the value of anticipation, and the reactive defense began to evolve into a proactive force. One of the earliest pioneers in this field was a coordinator who spent countless hours in dimly lit basements, watching tape over and over, frame by frame. He began to catalog tendencies of quarterbacks, offensive lines, and running backs. Every subtle pre-snap movement, every shift in alignment, every glance or step became data points. He noticed that certain formations consistently preceded specific plays. He observed that linemen exhibited habitual footwork, that running backs favored certain gaps, and that quarterbacks had telltale micromovements indicating intention. It was an obsession, meticulous and unrelenting, but it yielded insight that could alter the outcome of a game. This obsession gave rise to defensive schemes that anticipated rather than reacted. Coordinators designed coverages not simply to counter a play after it began, but to predict where it would go before the snap. Linebackers were taught to read the slight pressure of an offensive guard, to adjust to shifts in the quarterback's eyes, and to move in anticipation rather than reaction. Defensive backs were instructed to recognize patterns in route combinations, tendencies in timing, and the cues embedded in the alignment of a wide receiver. The field became a puzzle, and every motion could be decoded through careful observation. The first cases of defensive film genius were revolutionary. One coordinator identified a tendency among opposing quarterbacks to favor a specific target on third down when under pressure. He instructed his cornerbacks and safeties to adjust preemptively. The interception rate increased. Third down conversions dropped. Drives stalled before they could fully develop. The game was no longer merely a contest of execution. It had become a contest of understanding. Anticipation replaced chance. Insight replaced instinct, and preparation became the decisive weapon. Coordinators who mastered this approach altered the relationship between players and the defensive system. The film room provided an objective record, allowing players to visualize their opponent's tendencies. It transformed practice. Repetition was no longer blind. Each drill, each alignment, and each assignment was informed by a deep understanding of what an opponent was likely to do. Players internalized these patterns, learning to act proactively rather than reactively. The mental component of defense became as vital as the physical. Success depended on preparation, cognition, and anticipation. One of the hallmarks of these early defensive geniuses was their ability to teach the language of anticipation. They developed terminology and signals to communicate observations efficiently. Defensive signals became more sophisticated. Linebackers and defensive backs were trained to recognize patterns instantly, to adjust positioning in microseconds, and to execute assignments with precision based on projected behavior. Film allowed them to rehearse these scenarios repeatedly, turning instinct into deliberate calculation. The result was a defense that appeared almost prescient, as if players could read the future on the field. The psychological impact of this evolution was significant. Teams that adopted anticipatory defense instilled confidence. Players knew what to expect and how to respond. Mistakes were minimized because preparation allowed for predictive action. Opposing offenses encountered an almost invisible barrier, a mental pressure that disrupted timing and execution. The defensive genius had created an intellectual advantage as much as a tactical one. Football had shifted from physical dominance to cognitive mastery, and the defensive coordinator was at the center of this transformation. The rise of defensive film genius also elevated the importance of detail. Every foot placement, shoulder turn, and head movement became significant. Coordinators developed charts, notes, and diagrams to track tendencies. They assigned assistants to follow specific players or positions, cataloging even the smallest predictable behavior. The film room became a laboratory of human movement, each player an element to be studied, each play an experiment to be analyzed. In this way, football became a science, and defensive coordination became a blend of psychology, observation, and strategy. This approach produced striking results. Teams that embraced anticipatory defense consistently outperformed those that relied solely on traditional methods. Quarterbacks faced pressure they could not predict. Plays designed to exploit gaps were anticipated and neutralized. Offenses were forced into improvisation, often making errors that had previously been rare. The field became a battlefield of intellect, where preparation and pattern recognition defined victory as much as athletic execution. Defensive coordinators were no longer supporting figures. They were architects of strategy, shaping outcomes before the ball was even snapped. One of the more remarkable aspects of this evolution was its cascading influence. Coordinators who achieved success with film study inspired rivals to adopt similar methods. What began as an isolated obsession in a dim basement eventually became standard practice across the league. The culture of anticipatory defense spread, raising the intellectual ceiling of the sport. Teams that failed to adapt fell behind. The margin for error diminished. Football, already a physically demanding sport, had become a game of mental precision, and the defensive genius was the first to master this shift. Even today, the influence of these early film-driven coordinators is evident. Modern defensive schemes, complex coverages, and situational adjustments all trace their lineage to the first pioneers who spent hours studying grainy reels, identifying tendencies, and teaching players to anticipate rather than react. The philosophy that knowledge and preparation can outweigh raw talent began in those early years, and the principles they discovered remain central to football strategy. The ability to see, understand, and act on tendencies is the enduring legacy of the defensive film genius. The rise of defensive genius also reshaped the role of the coordinator. No longer a secondary figure in the background, the defensive mind became a key strategist, a chess player orchestrating moves in real time and preemptively. Success required intelligence, patience, and attention to subtle detail. Coordinators became students of human behavior as much as of athletic skill. Every alignment revealed intention. Every formation hinted at strategy, and every play offered information. The position evolved into a cerebral art form, a demonstration of foresight as much as physical preparation. Reflecting on this era, it is clear that the rise of defensive film genius represents one of the most profound shifts in the history of football. It turned the defense from a reactive force into a predictive instrument. It elevated the intellectual demands on coaches and players alike. It reshaped practice, preparation, and execution. And it laid the foundation for the modern game, where film study, pattern recognition, and anticipatory strategy define elite performance. The chess match had evolved. The board was no longer limited to the field. It had extended into film rooms, basements, and minds. Victory was now determined as much by perception and analysis as by speed, strength, and skill. In the end, the rise of defensive film genius illustrates the intersection of intellect and athleticism, of observation and action. It shows how preparation can transform outcomes, how insight can surpass instinct, and how the meticulous study of human behavior can redefine a sport. The first coordinators who embraced this approach changed the game forever. They proved that knowledge is power and that understanding what is coming can turn the tide before the first whistle blows. There is a moment in the evolution of football that is almost impossible to overstate. It is the moment when players first saw themselves on film. For decades, performance had been measured by memory, by hearsay, and by the subjective judgment of coaches and teammates. A block was good because it felt good. A route was completed because the ball arrived in the receiver's hands. But when film was introduced, players were confronted with an unfiltered reflection of themselves, and that reflection could be both shocking and revelatory. The first viewing of oneself on a screen was often a jarring experience. Movements that had felt fluid in practice appeared clumsy and inconsistent on tape. Footwork that had seemed precise revealed subtle errors. Routes that felt sharp were sometimes crooked. Blocks that had seemed solid were sometimes poorly timed or misaligned. Players who had relied on instinct, confidence, or raw physical ability were suddenly forced to confront the truth of their performance. The ego was challenged. The myth of natural talent alone was dismantled. And for many, the reaction was visceral. Coaches quickly recognized the transformative potential of this self-awareness. Film allowed them to address mistakes with undeniable evidence. A player could no longer argue perception versus reality. There it was, replayed over and over. The ability to identify errors, reinforce proper technique, and correct flaws became immediate. Practice was no longer abstract. Each drill could be analyzed, broken down, and reconstructed in precise terms. Film imposed a new discipline, one that demanded accountability and personal investment in the details of performance. One of the earliest documented cases involved a running back who had long been considered among the fastest and most instinctive in his league. He prided himself on natural ability, trusting that his body could navigate the chaos of the field. But when he saw his first film session, he froze. Foot placement was inconsistent. Cuts were rounded instead of sharp. Defensive leverage was frequently misjudged. What he had believed to be instinctive skill revealed itself to be inconsistent execution. The player later described the experience as humbling and transformative. He committed himself to repetition, to refinement, and to a methodical approach he had never considered necessary before. The impact was not limited to individual correction. Film fundamentally changed practice itself. Coaches began integrating viewing sessions into daily routines, pairing observation with immediate adjustment. Players could study tendencies, review alignment errors, and rehearse movements before returning to the field. The mental and physical aspects of preparation became inseparable. Football was no longer purely reactive or instinct-driven. Success required reflection, analysis, and deliberate practice informed by objective observation. The psychological dimension of seeing oneself on film was profound. Confidence, for the first time, was grounded in evidence rather than belief. Players could witness improvement over time. They could measure progress, identify habits that needed correction, and internalize the relationship between preparation and performance. Mistakes became teachable moments rather than subjective critiques. The screen provided an impartial mirror, removing ambiguity and creating an environment where discipline was reinforced through knowledge. The introduction of film also affected team dynamics. Players could no longer hide errors behind charisma, reputation, or memory. Every contribution, every lapse was visible and measurable. Teams began to operate with a new kind of accountability. Individuals were expected to understand their roles in precise terms. Cohesion depended on shared knowledge, on mutual recognition of patterns and tendencies, and on a willingness to confront flaws openly. The culture of transparency created by film laid the foundation for disciplined, intelligent, and adaptable teams. There is a story of a defensive back who described his first film session as almost traumatic. He had considered himself instinctively capable, relying on reaction and athleticism to make plays. But the tape revealed slow reactions to receiver movements, missed angles, and errors in tackling form. His confidence faltered at first. He questioned his ability and his understanding of the game. Yet through repeated study, he began to recognize subtle tendencies in offensive formations, identify cues in real time, and adjust his mechanics accordingly. The transformation was both intellectual and physical. He became not only a better player, but a more thoughtful and disciplined competitor. Film also illuminated tendencies and habits that existed beyond technical skill. Players discovered patterns in their own behavior that influenced success or failure. Quarterbacks noticed their preferred looks or favored targets. Linemen observed tendencies in footwork and hand placement. Receivers identified subtle timing discrepancies or positioning errors. Even conditioning could be assessed, revealing fatigue patterns that affected execution late in games. The screen became a comprehensive diagnostic tool, providing insight that could not be gained from memory or subjective observation alone. The cultural impact of film on football extended beyond individuals to redefine the notion of preparation. Success was no longer solely the product of natural ability or effort. It became the product of analysis, reflection, and adaptation. The players who embraced this approach thrived. They internalized lessons from the tape, adjusted in practice, and executed with precision on the field. Those who resisted often lagged behind, constrained by the limitations of memory and instinct. Film introduced a new standard, one that demanded humility, self-awareness, and intellectual engagement alongside physical skill. Even subtle elements of the game were transformed. Timing, alignment, leverage, and positioning, previously assessed in fleeting moments, could now be studied, rehearsed, and perfected. Coaches could point to specific frames, players could repeat movements, and teams could refine execution with unprecedented precision. The mental game became inseparable from the physical game. Observation created understanding. Understanding created anticipation. Anticipation created advantage. And the first step in this chain was the ability of players to see themselves objectively on film. The introduction of film also shaped leadership within teams. Captains and veterans became accountable not only to coaches, but to their own recorded performance. They could no longer rely solely on reputation or verbal instruction. Leadership required modeling proper technique, recognizing tendencies in teammates, and reinforcing habits that had been observed on tape. Film democratized knowledge, placing power in the hands of those who were willing to study, learn, and apply observation effectively. Players describe the first moments of self-reflection on film as both humbling and liberating. Humbling because it revealed flaws, errors, and inconsistencies that had been invisible or ignored. Liberating because it provided the path to improvement. For the first time, individuals could control elements of performance that previously felt subject to chance or natural ability. Mastery became a combination of intellect, discipline, and observation. The player was no longer merely a participant in action. He was a student of his own performance. The broader lesson of this transformation is clear. Football evolved not only through physical innovation, but through cognitive evolution. The introduction of film forced players to confront reality in a new, objective way. It elevated the game, demanded discipline, and created a culture of accountability and precision. It laid the foundation for modern preparation, where film study is a central pillar of every practice, every game plan, and every professional development program. By the end of the first decade of film study, the impact was unmistakable. Teams that integrated systematic self-observation, analysis, and correction gained an unmistakable edge over those that relied solely on memory and instinct. The most successful programs emphasized deliberate reflection, intellectual engagement, and disciplined preparation. Players learned to see themselves clearly, confront their weaknesses, and reinforce their strengths. Football had entered a new era, where knowledge and observation could redefine performance in ways previously unimaginable. The legacy of this moment endures today. Every player, from the youngest recruit to the seasoned professional, now experiences the revelation of seeing oneself on film. It is no longer optional, no longer novel. It is an essential component of preparation, growth, and mastery. And yet, the first generations who faced this mirror experienced something far more profound. They confronted ego, uncertainty, and revelation all at once. They discovered that the path to excellence begins with self-awareness, and that seeing oneself clearly is the first step in transforming potential into performance. In the early days of film study, talent alone was no longer enough. The game had evolved to a point where instinct and athleticism could be magnified or neutralized, depending on the depth of preparation. What separated the ordinary from the exceptional were players who embraced the new tool with discipline and obsession. These men became the first great film disciples, individuals who recognized that the screen held the key to mastery, and who allowed it to shape their understanding, their habits, and ultimately, their success. Among the earliest disciples were quarterbacks who learned to anticipate defensive schemes before the ball was snapped. They spent hours replaying film, not simply to study opponents, but to examine their own decision-making. Each glance, each cadence, each footwork pattern was scrutinized. They learned to recognize subtle tells from linebackers, shifts in coverage, and the faintest cues that predicted defensive behavior. What once relied on instinct now relied on observation and analysis. Quarterbacks who mastered this became not only leaders of their teams, but masters of timing, rhythm, and strategic execution. Linebackers, too, emerged as disciples of the film room. Traditionally, their position had relied heavily on physical presence, aggression, and reaction. But with film, linebackers began to anticipate movement, understand offensive intentions, and position themselves with precision. They could predict the point of attack, read the subtle movements of linemen, and anticipate the quarterback's decisions. The first disciples developed a sense of preemptive positioning, a kind of football intuition amplified by evidence. Their understanding of the game became as cerebral as it was physical, a combination that created dominance on the field. Centers, often overlooked in discussions of film mastery, also became pioneers in this discipline. Their responsibility extended beyond snapping the ball. They needed to read defensive alignments, identify blitzes, and adjust protection schemes in real time. Film allowed centers to anticipate pressures, recognize tendencies in opposing linemen, and communicate adjustments with clarity. The first centers who embraced film study developed a mental map of every opponent's front, every gap, every potential threat. Their preparation elevated their performance and, by extension, the performance of the entire offense. These players shared a common mindset. They approached film not as a passive tool, but as a weapon. They were meticulous, patient, and relentless in study. Every error on tape became a lesson. Every success became a model to replicate. They internalized tendencies, memorized alignments, and cultivated an understanding of the game that far exceeded what could be gained on the practice field alone. They were students of motion, strategy, and human behavior. In essence, they became extensions of the coach's analytical vision, capable of executing insight with precision. One quarterback recalled the first time he realized the power of film. He had always relied on instinct and timing, trusting his perception and memory to guide him through the chaos of the game. Watching himself on tape, however, he saw flaws that had been invisible in the moment. He noticed arm angles, foot placement, and cadence inconsistencies that affected accuracy. But the revelation went beyond mechanics. He began to recognize defensive tendencies, formations, and patterns. The film transformed his perspective. He no longer reacted to the game. He predicted it. And with that shift, he became a player capable of elevating himself above raw talent, using intellect as a multiplier for skill. The first great film disciples shared traits beyond intellect. They possessed patience and humility, recognizing that mastery required repetition and reflection. They accepted criticism from both tape and coaches, understanding that objective observation was more reliable than instinct or ego. They were willing to spend hours in quiet rooms, analyzing plays, noting tendencies, and rehearsing adjustments. Their dedication created a new kind of competitive advantage, one that others could not replicate without a similar commitment to study. Linebackers in particular exemplified the power of disciplined observation. They learned to anticipate offensive schemes by identifying subtle visual cues such as the weight distribution of linemen, shifts in formation, or eye movements of the quarterback. Each repetition on tape increased their ability to react faster, move more efficiently, and make intelligent decisions on the fly. The most disciplined disciples did not rely solely on physical prowess. Their advantage came from understanding the underlying patterns of play and executing in anticipation rather than reaction. Centers developed a new intellectual rhythm, bridging the mental and physical demands of the game. They memorized defensive line tendencies, learned to identify blitzes before the snap, and coordinated blocking schemes that gave their quarterback a critical edge. Film allowed them to prepare for every scenario, ensuring that adjustments were almost instinctive in real time. They became leaders of both thought and execution, demonstrating that mental preparation could amplify performance in a position historically defined by physical skill and toughness. The influence of these first disciples extended beyond individual success. Their mastery of film raised the level of competition for entire teams. Practices became more focused, strategies more precise, and communication more effective. They could anticipate movements of opponents and teammates alike, creating cohesion that was previously impossible. The intelligence cultivated in the film room translated directly into efficiency and execution on the field, establishing a new standard for preparation and performance. Film study also fostered innovation. Disciples began to experiment with strategy, testing tendencies and responses in practice before facing them in live games. Quarterbacks would simulate defensive patterns to anticipate pressure. Linebackers would rehearse reads against imagined offensive schemes. Centers would coordinate protection adjustments before the defensive front even shifted. Observation led to experimentation, and experimentation led to mastery. Film became a laboratory, not only for understanding the game, but for improving it. The first disciples also influenced teammates who were less inclined toward analytical study. Their insights, communicated in practice or during meetings, elevated the awareness and execution of entire units. Teams began to function as cohesive systems where knowledge, observation, and preparation became shared assets. Film study created leaders who could teach, interpret, and anticipate, enhancing the performance of everyone around them. The cognitive component of football became a force multiplier, turning talented teams into disciplined, intelligent units capable of executing with precision. The cultural impact of these early disciples was profound. Football, long defined by athleticism and instinct, now required intellectual engagement. The player who refused to study film risked being outmatched, not physically, but mentally. Observation, analysis, and anticipation became just as critical as speed, strength, and agility. Film created a new hierarchy, one in which the disciplined, thoughtful, and meticulous players could elevate themselves above natural talent alone. The first great film disciples were pioneers in the truest sense. They embraced discomfort, confronting errors, inconsistencies, and limitations. They spent hours in solitude, studying their own performance and that of opponents. They recognized that insight could transform execution, that preparation could outmatch instinct, and that knowledge was a force multiplier on the field. These men were not merely participants in the game. They were students of its mechanics, psychology, and strategy, shaping football in ways that extended far beyond their individual careers. Their legacy is evident in every modern practice. Quarterbacks study coverage tendencies, linebackers anticipate schemes, and centers orchestrate protection adjustments with near-automatic precision. The foundation was laid by those first disciples who recognized that film could elevate performance beyond raw talent. They demonstrated that intelligence, observation, and disciplined reflection are as essential to football success as any physical attribute. By the end of this era, the first great film disciples had transformed football culture. The mental game became inseparable from the physical game. Mastery was no longer defined solely by size, speed, or natural ability. It was defined by preparation, observation, and understanding. These players elevated the sport, demonstrating that the path to excellence required not only skill, but insight, discipline, and a willingness to confront oneself honestly in the flickering light of the screen. There is a subtle but profound shift that occurs when players are confronted with the unflinching truth of film. Until that moment, performance could be rationalized, excused, or overlooked. But with film, nothing escapes scrutiny. Every motion, every glance, every decision is preserved, analyzed, and held up as evidence. Film became the ultimate instrument of accountability, a mirror that reflected reality without compromise. Early coaches quickly understood the power of this mirror. Film revealed patterns, not only in opponents, but in their own teams. It exposed inconsistencies in effort, errors in alignment, and breakdowns in execution that had previously gone unnoticed. Laziness or lack of focus could no longer hide behind perception or selective memory. Players were confronted with objective proof of failure or success. The psychological impact was immediate and enduring. Where once mistakes were part of the game's chaos, they now became quantifiable, measurable, and correctable. Quarterbacks were among the first to feel this pressure. Plays that once relied on improvisation or instinct could now be traced to timing errors, misreads, or mechanical flaws. The film demanded precision, exposing the smallest deviations from technique or alignment. A single hesitation in the pocket or a slight misstep in footwork could be replayed endlessly, analyzed, and discussed. The screen became a classroom, but it was also a judgment, an unyielding arbiter of performance that could leave even the most confident player humbled. The psychological weight of film accountability extended beyond individual performance. Defensive units could no longer rely on collective perception to explain breakdowns. Missed tackles, blown coverages, and miscommunications were visible, undeniable, and traceable. Players were forced to confront their role in the failure of a play and their contribution to the overall result. The responsibility shifted from a general sense of effort to a precise understanding of one's actions, decisions, and execution. Accountability became measurable. Coaches leveraged this tool to instill discipline in ways that memory and instinct could not. A defensive coordinator could pause the tape to reveal a linebacker who hesitated, exposing a vulnerability in pursuit angles. An offensive coach could replay a quarterback holding the ball too long, causing a breakdown in protection and a failed play. Film created a permanent record that could be revisited, replayed, and dissected until behavior and performance were corrected. It created a culture where accountability was immediate, unavoidable, and visible. Every decision carried weight because film made it permanent. The first teams to embrace this system demonstrated a stark difference in cohesion and execution. Players could anticipate each other's decisions with greater clarity because film had revealed patterns of behavior not only in opponents but within their own unit. Mistakes were corrected before they became habits. Weaknesses were identified and addressed systematically. He internalized the lesson, adjusted his approach, and elevated his performance in subsequent practices and games. Film had created accountability that memory alone could never impose. The influence of film on practice routines was immediate. Coaches no longer relied solely on verbal instruction or observation. Teams began incorporating daily film sessions where plays were reviewed, errors dissected, and adjustments rehearsed. The repetition in front of the screen reinforced mental and physical discipline. Players could see the consequences of inattention, laziness, or error and immediately apply corrective action. This process created a culture where preparation, awareness, and execution were inseparable. Accountability through film also altered leadership within teams. Captains and veterans could no longer rely solely on authority or reputation. Leadership required modeling disciplined behavior, demonstrating attentiveness in film study, and setting an example for younger players. Teams began to function as collective units where shared knowledge and accountability reinforced cohesion. Film established standards that could not be ignored and elevated the expectations of everyone involved. The psychological dimension of this accountability extended beyond individual and team performance. Coaches themselves were subject to scrutiny through their decisions and strategic choices. Film revealed tendencies, adjustments, and play calling patterns that could be evaluated objectively. This feedback loop ensured that preparation and strategy were continuously refined. It was no longer sufficient to rely solely on intuition or authority. Decisions had to be informed by evidence and observation. The culture of accountability permeated every level of the game. Even subtle aspects of performance were affected. Players learned to manage effort, timing, and execution with awareness of the tape. Film became both a teacher and a judge, guiding improvement while holding players accountable to the highest standard. In effect, film transformed the culture of football. Teams that embraced this relentless observation developed a mental edge over opponents who resisted or ignored the process. Accountability became a shared value, embedded in practice, game preparation, and performance evaluation. Success was no longer solely the result of talent, physical conditioning, or instinct. It was determined by discipline, preparation, and the willingness to face unvarnished truth. Film had created a new paradigm for achievement in the sport. The legacy of film as accountability is clear in modern football. Every player, coach, and staff member operates under the principle that performance is measurable, observable, and correctable. Mistakes are studied, behaviors are reinforced, and preparation is treated as a continuous process. The first pioneers understood the power of this transparency, and the standard they set persists across decades. Accountability is now inseparable from success, and it all began with the introduction of film. The first decade of film study revealed its dual nature. It was both liberating and demanding, exposing flaws while providing the means for improvement. It required players to confront ego, habits, and perception. It demanded that coaches evaluate performance with rigor and honesty. Those who embraced it rose to new levels of execution, insight, and discipline. Those who ignored it risked stagnation and failure. Film had redefined football, transforming the game into a sport where accountability, knowledge, and preparation became as critical as speed, strength, and skill. The game of football has always been measured in inches and seconds. But there came a moment when the edge shifted from raw physicality to the mastery of knowledge. Players and coaches who embraced this evolution found themselves navigating the field with an intelligence that their predecessors could not imagine. A quarterback might memorize a series of signals and formations, but those who failed to anticipate defensive adjustments often found themselves exposed. Film began to change that dynamic by providing a record of patterns, tendencies, and outcomes that were previously invisible. Quarterbacks memorized more than routes. They memorized reaction patterns. Running backs studied how linebackers filled gaps, and receivers adjusted routes based on coverage tendencies. The playbook became a cognitive map of the game, a guide not only for execution, but for prediction. Film also revealed weaknesses and inconsistencies in the opposing defenses. Offensive coaches could identify where gaps were likely to appear, which players overcommitted, and which alignments created exploitable mismatches. The integration of film into playbook design elevated preparation from rote memorization to analytical strategy. Every session in the film room became an opportunity to refine assignments, anticipate counters, and simulate real game scenarios. The cognitive workload on players increased, but so too did the potential for precise execution and competitive advantage. Defensive playbooks underwent a similar transformation. Coordinators, having pioneered film study, began to develop complex schemes informed by observed offensive tendencies. Linebackers and defensive backs memorized not only coverage assignments, but also offensive patterns, motion tendencies, and quarterback habits. Defensive playbooks became a roadmap for anticipation, not just reaction. One of the most striking aspects of this transformation was its effect on communication. Memorization alone was no longer enough. The ability to recognize patterns, interpret information, and anticipate outcomes became essential. Those who engaged fully with the film study process could elevate their performance far beyond what raw talent alone could achieve. Coaches experimented with new formations, motions, and combinations, analyzing outcomes and adjusting based on observed tendencies. Their insight created a model where intelligence, discipline, and preparation are as decisive as physical ability. It illustrates how preparation can redefine performance and how knowledge can shape outcomes in a sport defined by speed, strength, and skill. When we talk about the rise of film study in football, the conversation often centers on the coaches, the quarterbacks, the linebackers, and the players whose names appear on stat sheets and highlight reels. But the truth is that no dynasty could have risen on strategy alone. Behind every successful team, every meticulously analyzed game plan, every moment of brilliance on the field, there was a network of unseen technicians whose labor made it possible. Equipment managers, film clerks, and assistants who worked quietly in the shadows built the backbone of modern football analysis, and their contributions shaped the outcomes of games and the legacies of programs. In the earliest film rooms, the job of managing reels and tapes was both painstaking and essential. A single game could require dozens of reels, each capturing different angles, positions, or sequences of play. Film clerks were responsible for cataloging every moment, labeling every reel, and ensuring that nothing was lost in the shuffle. A missing frame could mean the difference between recognizing a subtle defensive tendency or overlooking it entirely. Their attention to detail was uncompromising. A quarterback or linebacker might receive praise for anticipatory skill. But behind that insight was the precise work of someone who had logged hours of footage, organized data, and prepared material for study. Equipment managers also played a crucial role. Their duties went beyond helmets, pads, and uniforms. They were often responsible for transporting projectors, reels, and the emerging technology of the era from stadium to stadium, from hotel to hotel. In a time when resources were limited and travel conditions were grueling, this logistical labor ensured that film study could occur without interruption. They understood schedules, deadlines, and the rhythm of preparation. The routines of the players and coaches depended on their reliability. Without these technicians, the entire system could collapse under the weight of its own ambition. The first generation of film clerks and assistants often learned through improvisation, APIA. There were no standardized practices, no training programs, no manuals. Okay? They developed systems out of necessity. Some kept meticulous handwritten logs of plays and formations. Others devised coding systems that allowed coaches to quickly reference patterns or tendencies. Their ingenuity created the first infrastructure of what would become a fundamental pillar of professional football. Film rooms, in those days, were organized chaos. Stacks of reels, notebooks filled with notes, and projectors humming in dimly lit basements or converted storage rooms created an environment that was almost ritualistic. Technicians orchestrated this environment with care, balancing accessibility with order. They became the guardians of knowledge, the keepers of the game's memory. Without their diligence, patterns would be forgotten. Tendencies would go unnoticed, and players would be denied the tools necessary to elevate their performance. These behind-the-scenes figures were also bridges between coaches and players. Film clerks often acted as intermediaries, ensuring that players received the reels and notes needed to prepare effectively. Equipment managers facilitated the movement of resources, enabling coaches to focus on strategy rather than logistics. Their presence created the conditions for success, even if they were seldom acknowledged publicly. Football, in this sense, became a collaborative enterprise where victory depended as much on unseen labor as on the talent visible on the field. The influence of these technicians extended into innovation. Some developed early coding systems to categorize plays, tendencies, and formations. They identified recurring patterns in both opponents and their own teams. They devised shorthand and symbols to make information digestible and actionable. Coaches relied on these systems to communicate complex strategies efficiently, transforming abstract observation into practical execution. The intellectual architecture of football strategy was, in many ways, built by these silent contributors. The psychological dimension of their work cannot be overstated. Players and coaches came to trust the integrity of the information they received. Knowing that a reel was complete, accurate, and organized allowed teams to approach preparation with confidence. The reliability of technicians ensured that mental energy could be focused on strategy and execution, rather than on reconciling inconsistencies or recovering lost data. Their labor created stability in a world of high stakes, pressure, and unpredictability. Consider the story of a small team that lacked the resources of its rivals. They relied heavily on the diligence of their equipment manager and film clerk to compile and maintain reels. There is also a cultural legacy to consider. Film rooms became centers of collaboration, where technical and strategic expertise converged. Players came to respect the work of technicians, recognizing that their success was inseparable from the effort of these unseen contributors. Teams that acknowledged and valued this labor cultivated an ethic of preparation, respect, and collective responsibility. The unseen backbone of football was no longer invisible in its effect, even if the individuals themselves remained largely unknown to the public. In the modern era, the work of technicians has evolved with technology, but the principles remain the same. Data management, cataloging, and preparation continue to shape performance at every level. The dedication and intelligence of those first film clerks and equipment managers laid the groundwork for everything that followed. They demonstrated that success in football is never solely a product of talent or strategy. They transformed the culture of football from one of improvisation and memory into one of observation, analysis, and precision. Without their labor, film study would have remained an academic exercise rather than the transformative tool that reshaped the game. Every modern film room, every digital database, every carefully curated library of plays owes its existence to these pioneers. Their work was meticulous, repetitive, and invisible, yet it shaped the outcomes of games, the trajectory of players' careers, and the emergence of dynasties that dominated eras of football. They were the silent architects of success, proving that excellence often depends as much on unseen labor as on visible talent. The first generation of technicians behind the curtain set a standard that persists to this day. Their dedication created a culture of preparation, accountability, and intellectual engagement. They taught a fundamental truth about football that endures. Mastery requires labor, precision, and an unwavering commitment to understanding the game in all its complexity. The players and coaches who benefited from their work could perform at levels unattainable without this hidden foundation. In the quiet corners of stadium basements and converted storage rooms, they organized chaos into clarity. They transformed raw footage into knowledge, labor into insight, and effort into legacy. The game would never have been the same without them. Their influence is everywhere, invisible yet omnipresent. A reminder that behind every great team, dynasty, and championship are the hands of those who toil in the shadows, ensuring that knowledge is preserved, understood, and applied. Football, in its earliest days, was a brutal, chaotic game, defined more by power than precision. Offenses relied on brute force, deception, and instinct. Motion was minimal, spacing was improvised, and timing was often dictated by the ebb and flow of the line of scrimmage. It was a game of reaction and improvisation, where the athlete's physicality often overpowered strategy. But with the introduction of film, offense underwent a quiet revolution, a transformation that reshaped how the game was conceived, executed, and understood. Film allowed coaches and players to analyze motion, spacing, route concepts, and timing in a level of detail that had previously been impossible. What was once instinct became science, and what was once improvisation became preparation. Quarterbacks were among the first to benefit from this shift. Watching film, they could see how defenders reacted to motion, how coverage changed based on personnel and alignment, and how subtle shifts in formation created opportunities. They learned to anticipate openings before the snap, reading the flow of the defense in a way that was invisible in real time. Film allowed them to internalize sequences of movement, timing windows, and spatial relationships between receivers, linemen, and defenders. Receivers experienced a similar evolution. Running backs learn to read the flow of the defense before the snap, identifying gaps and adjusting their path with precision. Film elevated the running game from a contest of strength to a test of intellect and perception. Offensive linemen could study how defensive fronts adjusted to motion, allowing for coordinated blocking schemes that maximized efficiency and minimized exposure. Film revealed tendencies in defensive backs, linebackers, and safeties, allowing offenses to exploit weaknesses systematically. The offensive attack became a collaboration informed by intelligence, observation, and shared awareness. Coordinators could design plays that accounted for tendencies, weaknesses, and anticipated reactions. The psychological impact on players was profound. The first offenses to embrace film study gained confidence because they knew their actions had been rehearsed and optimized. The offensive attack became not only a contest of athleticism, but a demonstration of preparation, analysis, and coordination. Every contemporary offense operates on principles established by these early disciples of film study. They demonstrated that preparation, analysis, and observation could elevate execution beyond natural talent. They turned the offense into a coordinated, intelligent system where every motion, every step, and every decision was informed by knowledge and reinforced by repetition. Football had become not just a game of physical skill, but a game of intellect applied to athletic performance. The transformation of offense through film remains one of the most significant evolutions in the history of the sport. Defense has always been about reaction, anticipation, and the will to impose one's will on an opposing offense. But before the advent of film, defensive play often relied on intuition, physicality, and instinct. There was skill, certainly, but preparation was limited by memory, observation from the sideline, and guesswork. The first revelation came when coaches began to realize that offenses were predictable in ways previously unnoticed. One of the earliest innovations was the use of pre-snap disguises. Film provided the evidence needed to implement these techniques effectively. Players could study opponents' tendencies and reaction times, learning exactly when and how to stem effectively. Defensive play was now an active manipulation of perception, orchestrated with precision and intelligence. Safeties, corners, and linebackers learn to rotate seamlessly in response to pre-snap motion and anticipated patterns. Defensive coordinators could analyze gaps in spacing, tendencies in motion, and alignment patterns to exploit inefficiencies. Defensive performance was no longer determined solely by athletic talent. It was informed by insight, observation, and intelligence derived from film. Teams that resisted this evolution were left vulnerable, unable to match the anticipatory sophistication of opponents who integrated film into their preparation. Linebackers became the central architects of this evolution. Their role transformed from reactive enforcers to cerebral operators, integrating observation, analysis, and timing into every movement. They learned to disguise intentions, read keys, and adjust coverage dynamically. Defensive backs, too, were revolutionized. Film allowed them to identify subtle route tendencies, recognize pre-snap adjustments, and anticipate quarterback behavior. They could study opponents' footwork, alignment, and release techniques to gain advantage in coverage. Even defensive linemen benefited from film-driven insights. Studying offensive line tendencies, motion patterns, and quarterback cues allowed them to anticipate blocks and exploit weaknesses. The combination of pre-snap disguises, stems, and coverage rotations created defenses that were unpredictable, intelligent, and responsive. Opposing offenses faced the challenge of not only overcoming physical resistance, but outthinking defenders who had studied tendencies, practiced adjustments, and anticipated plays. Film shifted the advantage toward preparation, turning defensive execution into a highly coordinated system where mistakes were minimized and opportunities were exploited. Culturally, teams that embraced film-driven defensive preparation developed a mindset of intellectual engagement, discipline, and anticipation. Players were held accountable not only for execution, but for observation, study, and understanding of tendencies. Knowledge became a weapon, transforming defensive units into cohesive, adaptable systems capable of dominating opponents intellectually as well as physically. The legacy of this transformation is apparent in modern football. Every elite defense operates on principles established during this early era of film-driven preparation. Pre-snap motion, stems, disguised coverages, and complex rotations are now standard elements of the defensive game. Every player engages with film, internalizes tendencies, and coordinates with teammates to execute a system that is simultaneously physical and cerebral. The first generation of defenders and coaches to embrace film established a new paradigm. Defense was no longer reactive, was anticipatory, adaptive, and intelligent. Football had transformed into a game where intellect, preparation, and anticipation were as decisive as raw talent, strength, or speed. In the end, film changed defense forever. Advanced disguises, pre-snap stems, and coverage rotations became essential components of strategy. Defensive players evolved into thinkers as much as athletes. Coordinators gained the tools to design complex systems that could adapt in real time. Film had created a new era where knowledge became the ultimate advantage. By the mid-20th century, football had evolved into a game defined not only by physical dominance, but by the intelligence embedded in preparation. Film study had become an essential tool, a window into the tendencies, timing, and psychology of opponents. But as teams recognized the competitive advantage of detailed footage, a culture of secrecy emerged, rivaling anything in the world of espionage. The stakes were no longer simply victory or defeat. They were control of knowledge, access to information that could shape seasons, careers, and dynasties. Film became both weapon and liability, and the era that followed could only be described as the Cold War of football. Teams began treating film as a closely guarded asset. Reels were transported with extreme care, locked away in offices, closets, or private storage rooms. Coaches became possessive, wary of assistants, players, and even fellow staff members. The knowledge contained in each reel had the power to alter outcomes dramatically. One mistake, one lapse in security, could provide opponents with a roadmap of tendencies. Tendencies that had been painstakingly cataloged over weeks or months. Film was no longer simply a tool for preparation. It was intelligence to be protected, a commodity whose value rivaled the talent on the field. Espionage tactics became commonplace. Teams sent scouts to observe not just opponents on game day, but practices and team travel. Rivalry games were shrouded in secrecy, with personnel assigned to ensure that no unauthorized eyes could capture film. In some cases, teams would go so far as to destroy film immediately after viewing it to prevent leakage. Coaches and general managers became paranoid about exposure. They understood that in a sport of inches and milliseconds, the smallest advantage could be decisive. Film had transformed into the ultimate currency of competitive advantage, and protecting it became an obsession. Stealing film emerged as a subtle but relentless aspect of competition. Rival teams would employ tactics that bordered on subterfuge. Couriers might be intercepted, hidden cameras deployed, and misdirection used to gain access to opponents' footage. Reports circulated of stolen reels appearing mysteriously, copied, and then returned, leaving only suspicion and unease in their wake. Coaches understood that knowledge gained illicitly could be more valuable than an extra yard gained on a running play. The culture of secrecy and mistrust permeated locker rooms, offices, and stadiums. Every piece of film became a potential strategic asset, and the stakes for mishandling it were enormous. Burning film became a ritual of sorts. After key games or preparation sessions, reels would be destroyed to ensure that no competitor could glean insight from them. Teams treated this as necessary for survival. Offensive and defensive tendencies that had been meticulously cataloged over weeks of analysis could not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Players became accustomed to the sudden disappearance of film, often watching it one last time before knowing it would be erased. The destruction of material was both practical and symbolic, a demonstration of the seriousness with which knowledge and preparation were treated. The paranoia surrounding film extended beyond the professional leagues. College teams, in particular, recognized the value of footage and began developing elaborate measures to protect it. Coaches stationed staff outside practice fields, monitored press access, and restricted the flow of information to essential personnel only. The pressure to protect knowledge influenced recruitment, scheduling, and travel decisions. Even the smallest leak could shift momentum in an ongoing season or provide a rival program with a strategic edge. Football had become a high-stakes game of information, preparation, and concealment. Film secrecy also influenced behavior on the field. Coaches implemented misdirection plays designed to obscure tendencies captured on tape. Motion and formation shifts became tools not just for execution, but for deception, creating uncertainty in opponents who might have been observing patterns through prior film. Defensive rotations and offensive sequences were deliberately altered to confound teams attempting to analyze tendencies. The strategic application of secrecy and misdirection became integral to preparation. Knowledge itself was now a battlefield, and every move had to account for the possibility of observation or interception. The Cold War era of film also transformed the relationships between coaches, players, and staff. Trust became essential. Coaches required that players respect the confidentiality of preparation, that assistants manage film with integrity, and that staff members recognize the potential consequences of lapses in security. Even among colleagues, suspicion was a constant undercurrent. The same film that enabled preparation also created tension, as each reel represented a cache of strategic advantage that could not be shared indiscriminately. Loyalty and discretion became as valuable as skill on the field. One of the most striking aspects of this period was the duality of film as both opportunity and threat. Teams could study opponents with unprecedented precision, gaining insights that translated into decisive advantage on the field, but the same film could betray them. A single mismanaged reel could expose weaknesses, tendencies, or signals to the competition. The awareness of this duality heightened the stakes, creating a culture of obsession, vigilance, and meticulous control. Coaches and staff operated under a constant awareness that knowledge was both power and liability. Stories from this era illustrate the lengths to which teams went to protect their advantage. Coaches reported instances of staff members being instructed to hide film reels in luggage during travel, of assistants assigned to follow every courier to ensure delivery, and of secret viewing rooms where only trusted personnel could analyze footage. Even minor errors in handling could result in intense scrutiny. The management of film became a strategic discipline, a domain where attention to detail, foresight, and trust were just as crucial as tactical planning. The impact of this era extends to modern football. The practices established during the Cold War of film strict control, confidentiality, and meticulous management set the foundation for the sophisticated information security protocols used by contemporary teams. Digital databases, encrypted storage, and controlled access all trace their origins to the obsession with protecting film during this period. The lessons learned were as much about the discipline of secrecy as they were about preparation, ensuring that teams maintain control over the most valuable asset in their arsenal: knowledge. Beyond logistics and strategy, the Cold War approach to film created a psychological intensity within teams. Players understood that every action, every tendency, and every misstep could be analyzed and exploited if it were captured. The pressure to perform was amplified by the awareness that preparation and execution were permanent records, subject to scrutiny. Coaches cultivated a culture of discipline, precision, and accountability. Film was no longer a passive tool. It was a lens through which performance, preparation, and loyalty were measured. This era also fostered innovation. The need to protect knowledge encouraged creativity in both offensive and defensive planning. Coaches developed complex sequences, deceptive formations, and adaptive strategies designed to outmaneuver opponents who might be studying film. Practice sessions became simulations of the intelligence war, teaching players not only execution, but how to obscure tendencies and create unpredictability. Film secrecy elevated the game to a new level of strategic sophistication, transforming preparation into a contest of intellect as well as skill. In retrospect, the Cold War era of film secrets demonstrates how critical knowledge became in football. Success depended not only on talent, strength, and speed, but on the ability to collect, manage, and protect information. Teams that excelled during this period did so not solely because of superior athletes, but because they understood the strategic value of intelligence. The meticulous labor, the paranoia, and the obsession with secrecy laid the foundation for modern football preparation, establishing standards that remain integral today. Film had become a weapon, a record, and a liability all at once. Coaches who mastered this dimension gained unprecedented control over preparation and execution. Teams that neglected it fell behind, unable to match the intellectual rigor of competitors. The Cold War of football film redefined how games were approached, how trust was managed, and how preparation could be leveraged as a decisive advantage. Knowledge was no longer just power. It was survival. The legacy of this era is still evident in every modern film room. Teams protect digital databases as zealously as their predecessors guarded reels. The practices of restricted access, careful handling, and controlled viewing stem directly from the lessons of this period. The Cold War mentality transformed preparation into a disciplined, strategic enterprise where knowledge itself became a primary factor in competitive success. In the end, the Cold War era of film secrets reveals a profound truth about football. The game is won not only on the field, but in the quiet, meticulous management of information, in the vigilance required to protect advantage, and in the discipline to use knowledge with precision. Teams that understood this dynamic gained leverage, influence, and control. Every alignment, adjustment, and reaction could be recorded and later analyzed, extending the mental reach of coaches and players beyond the immediacy of the game. Film was no longer merely a record. It became an analytical tool capable of revealing layers of insight invisible during live play. The cognitive component of preparation expanded dramatically, requiring players to think like analysts as well as athletes. The iterative process of planning, observing, and adjusting became more efficient and precise. This period also saw the professionalization of film study. Teams began hiring specialized personnel to manage equipment, edit sequences, and prepare annotated clips for coaches and players. The role of technology in shaping strategy and performance became undeniable. Coordinators experimented with new offensive and defensive schemes, testing their viability against recorded tendencies. Teams that adapted thrived. Those that resisted were quickly outpaced. Technology had become a decisive factor in competitive success. Cameras, editing systems, digital databases, and analytics tools trace their roots to the innovations of the 1970s through the 1990s. Knowledge, once limited by the lens of memory, now extended into new dimensions of clarity and precision. Film study transformed football in ways that were profound, systematic, and inarguably beneficial. Knowledge became preparation. Insight became execution. And anticipation became an art. The very tool that created mastery also introduced cognitive and psychological burdens. Film was no longer simply a pathway to understanding. It had become a source of pressure, anxiety, and mental strain. Linebackers were tasked with processing keys, rotations, and gaps in real time while simultaneously reacting to motion and disguise. Every play, every adjustment, and every misstep became a potential reflection of preparation and intelligence. The mental demands were intense, and the potential for error was magnified by the knowledge that each play had been studied, cataloged, and could be reviewed after the fact. Players were expected to internalize complex systems while remaining agile, adaptable, and precise under the physical strain of the game. Film sessions, once a tool for empowerment, could induce stress and self-criticism. The very insight that improved execution also amplified the weight of responsibility, creating a constant interplay between knowledge, expectation, and performance anxiety. Film provides unmatched insight, yet it also introduces cognitive and emotional pressure. The burden of knowing too much is mitigated by experience, mental conditioning, and the structured culture of study. Film study enhances performance, strengthens anticipation, and refines execution. Yet it also imposes mental strain, fosters anxiety, and heightens the expectation of perfection. The mental load imposed by film is the price of mastery. Knowledge is power, but it is also responsibility. Awareness sharpens execution but amplifies pressure. What was once a game of raw athleticism now required intellect, discipline, and the ability to synthesize complex information under pressure. The culture of accountability introduced by film reshaped team dynamics. Leaders emerged not only for their athletic skill, but for their mastery of study and ability to translate knowledge into performance. As cameras improved, editing became more sophisticated, and breakdown tools advanced. The principles established by these pioneers were applied with increasing precision. Teams could isolate tendencies, create comprehensive libraries, and simulate situations with unprecedented clarity. The intellectual framework established in the 1940s and 1950s was enhanced and magnified by technology, allowing preparation to reach levels of detail and accuracy previously unimaginable. Every modern advance in game analysis, from digital databases to analytics-driven scouting, can trace its roots to these early methods. Psychologically, the influence of film transformed the player experience. Early innovators demonstrated that knowledge was both power and responsibility. Players internalized the understanding that preparation reduced uncertainty and amplified control. But it also introduced pressure, accountability, and heightened expectation. The culture of preparation they inherited is as much a psychological construct as a tactical one, a legacy that continues to shape performance today. The competitive advantage conferred by understanding the game through film reshaped how teams approached strategy, practice, and execution. What had once been a sport of reaction became a contest of anticipation, foresight, and precision. The early pioneers of film study catalyzed this transformation, establishing principles that continue to define the professional game. Young players were now assessed not only for raw athleticism, but for their capacity to learn, adapt, and internalize complex information. Prospects were evaluated on their ability to understand tendencies, recognize patterns, and translate preparation into execution. The game's intellectual demands became a filter for opportunity, a testament to the enduring influence of the earliest innovators. Ultimately, the legacy of the first film innovators is inseparable from the modern NFL. Their methods transformed preparation into ritual, observation into insight, and knowledge into power. Football became a game of intellect and anticipation, where execution on the field is a reflection of hours spent in quiet study, repetition, and analysis. Every tendency, motion, alignment, and decision can be anticipated, studied, and countered. The game is more deliberate, more precise, and more cerebral because of their vision. Football began as a contest defined by instinct, raw talent, and improvisation. Coaches relied on memory, sideline impressions, and the often fallible accounts of players. The margin for error was enormous, and victories were often as much a product of luck as of skill. But the introduction of film changed everything. The quiet hours in darkened rooms, the meticulous threading of reels, the obsessive observation of patterns, tendencies, and alignments transformed football from a game of guesswork into a game of foresight, precision, and intelligence. From the first accidental filming of a game to the deliberate scientific approach pioneered by Paul Brown and other innovators, football began to shift from the unknown to the understood. The first film rooms, humble spaces hidden in basements, equipment sheds, and closets, became laboratories of knowledge. Young assistants labored over reels, threading them through projectors with painstaking care. Coaches learned to read formations, anticipate motion, and analyze tendencies with unprecedented clarity. Every frame became a lesson, every play a study in the interplay between preparation and execution. Football was no longer merely physical. It became a contest of minds, a chess match unfolding on a rectangular battlefield measured in inches and seconds. As the process evolved, it created both opportunity and burden. Knowledge became power, but it came with costs. Players who internalized tendencies and studied habits intensely also absorbed the pressure to perform with near perfection. Mistakes were no longer ephemeral. They were captured, analyzed, and cataloged. Defensive backs were required to recognize offensive motion and respond in milliseconds. Linebackers had to process multiple reads and alignments simultaneously. Coaches, too, faced unprecedented demands. Preparation was no longer a matter of intuition or experience alone. Film revealed weaknesses, tendencies, and patterns that could be exploited, and every failure to anticipate was a potential liability. The expectation to prepare players thoroughly, to understand opponents in microscopic detail, and to convey that understanding effectively placed enormous cognitive and emotional pressure on coaching staffs. Football became a discipline in which intellect and emotional resilience were as critical as physical skill. Players who once relied primarily on natural ability were now expected to master the mental aspects of the game. The locker room became a space where intellectual rigor and mental discipline were nurtured alongside physical conditioning. Mastery of the mental game became inseparable from mastery on the field. Film became faster, clearer, and more flexible, enabling coaches and players to dissect every nuance of the game. Victory became a product of preparation, anticipation, and precision rather than solely instinct or chance. The game evolved into a contest of intellect as much as athleticism, a reflection of every hour spent studying, analyzing, and rehearsing. With these advancements came the psychological dimension of knowing too much. Film revealed not just strengths, but vulnerabilities. Players confronted their weaknesses in the clarity of replay, exposed in minute detail. Awareness of opponent tendencies created both confidence and pressure. The cognitive demands were relentless. Knowledge, once empowering, became a source of anxiety and self-doubt. Every misstep was permanent. Every lapse in execution documented and reviewed. Football had evolved into a contest of minds where preparation could amplify mental strain as much as it could enhance performance. Yet, for all its challenges, film study reshaped the soul of football. Preparation became a defining principle, and intelligence became inseparable from execution. Victories were forged not only in physical prowess, but in the mastery of knowledge, pattern recognition, and situational awareness. Film had created a new language for the game, a framework through which every player, coach, and team could understand and control their environment. Their methods of observation, cataloging, and analysis became the template for every film room in the league. The unknown had been confronted, frame by frame. The cumulative effect of film study reshaped strategy, offense, and defense. Offensive schemes evolved with precision in timing, motion, and spacing, informed by the study of tendencies. Defensive concepts grew increasingly sophisticated, employing disguise, rotation, and pre-snap anticipation to counter increasingly complex offenses. Players and coaches engaged in a mental chess match, anticipating reactions, adjusting alignments, and executing plans with a clarity made possible only by preparation. The game became a dialogue between intellect and athleticism, with film study as the medium through which understanding flowed. This transformation extended to every level of football, from rookies entering the league to seasoned veterans, from coordinators mapping defenses to position coaches refining fundamentals. Film created a culture of accountability where preparation was mandatory and insight was measurable. The modern player is as much a student of the game as a practitioner, balancing physical execution with cognitive mastery. The act of studying film is no longer supplemental. It is essential, shaping not just performance, but the mental and cultural identity of the sport. The final truth of this journey is clear. Football evolved when coaches and players stopped fearing the unknown and began confronting it frame by frame. The game became predictable enough to be mastered, yet complex enough to challenge intelligence, resilience, and adaptability. Knowledge became both weapon and burden, preparing players for every contingency while demanding discipline, focus, and mental endurance. Film study transformed the sport into an arena where intellect and physicality were inseparable, where victory was determined as much by insight as by execution. Ultimately, the story of film in football is the story of the sport itself. It is the story of men who refused to rely on memory alone, who sought clarity in chaos, who built structures of preparation where once there was guesswork. It is the story of the mental evolution of the game, where intellect, observation, and analysis became as vital as strength, speed, and skill. It is the story of a game transformed by knowledge, discipline, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. As we reflect on the journey from guesswork to total analysis, from instinct to preparation, it is evident that football's soul has been reshaped. Film altered not just how the game is played, but how it is thought about, studied, and internalized. It reshaped psychology, culture, and identity. It imposed pressures and expectations, demanding both mental and physical mastery. It created an environment where insight could dictate action and knowledge could forge victory. The cost of knowing everything was high, but the reward was the transformation of the game itself into something richer, more complex, and enduring. Football evolved when coaches stopped fearing the unknown and began confronting it frame by frame. It became a game of intellect as much as athleticism. It's a contest of anticipation as well as execution, a synthesis of preparation, observation, and action. The lessons of film study, first pioneered decades ago, continue to resonate in every play, every strategy session, and every decision on the field. The game is no longer a mystery. It is a disciplined, calculated, and profoundly intellectual contest that demands mastery of both mind and body. The final message is clear and enduring. Football is a game of preparation, insight, and execution. Every play is the culmination of study, reflection, and anticipation. Victory is not simply a matter of athleticism. It is the product of intellect applied in motion. Film has transformed the sport, shaping its strategy, psychology, and culture. It has taken the unknown and rendered it known, and it has defined the modern identity of the game. Football, in its essence, is no longer merely played. It is understood, it is studied, it is mastered. It is the ultimate synthesis of mind, body, and preparation. And it is the legacy of every innovator who first dared to confront the unknown, frame by frame.